If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 21st of March 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today. Here at Rosehill. Rosehill Gardens is in New South Wales and it is one of the most prominent tracks in New South Wales. We have raced here a few times. We've raced here last Saturday. The track plays okay if it doesn't rain. Or things go wrong in some other areas. The ground rating is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 410 or 8 meters. And we've got 10 races here today. Some of the premium races are here, some Group 1, Group 2 races. The Golden Slippers is here today. So here is what where we're going to be, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our numbers and wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those situations. That is something that we generally do. So we are with the first race today here at Rosehill. We'll see what the market is saying. We'll take the market snapshot. Number 4 has been scratched. We don't have number 4. Eight, 6, 14, and 2. So this is a benchmark 72 and All right, um, so what is happening is, firstly, there are quite a few things that we can't address at this point of time, which is the form line. 8 is the favorite, but the form line is kind of dicey. Okay. So is with 14, so is with 2. 6 has a better form line, but that I'm not sure how these two horses are going to play for the first one. I don't know that. Uh, about 8. So what exactly 8 is, and what is happening with 8? 8 is a drift. Okay, when the linears are not in a position to win, so that thing is the next, right? The match is beautiful. There's nothing like it. All right, the match is beautiful. So is 2. 2 is also good. That's the highest quant model. So that's that part of the story. But if it has to work right, it has to overcome with the form line. The pressure is not way too much, which is also right. It is supposed to be like that for the drift. So the numbers are right. Okay, if we have to put it in data ranking, then it should be 8, 14, 2, and then probably it is here. Okay, 11. 8, 14, 2, and 11. Why 8? Because that's the drift. Okay, it generally works with the linears. The first linear, which is here, the 15, the match is not great. 14 is. Okay, the pressure is also higher on this, so that's good. Then it is here, the 2, and then it is here on 11. So that is how it should work. I mean, that's how the data is. Okay, what can go wrong? Well, things can go wrong because they do not have the form line, and but that's exactly what horse racing is all about. There are a few things which are going to give it a little bit of confidence, but most of the things are always going to be against it. Now, about 6 and 7. So those two horses are in very good form line. Okay. But what happens here is both of them are very terrible in the match. The 6 has a good jock, but they often fail from that particular position. Plus, it's a 1500 meter. That's a very wide gate for a 1500 meter. So is 14, which is also from a very wide gate, but the difference is definitely with the numbers. 15 with that kind of a match and 14 with that kind of a match. That's how the data is. All right, so we are going to be facing a lot of whirlpool today. People are going to be doing exactly what we do here, maybe better than us, but this is what we have, and this is what we've been dealing with. We're constantly trying to improve this. But we'll see how good the whirlpool is, and if that is doing something extraordinary than what we are doing. But yeah, I mean, through the odds, 8 fits the bill. Where it doesn't is the form line. 14 fits the bill next in line. Where it creates an issue is the form line. 2, definitely. That's the form line. All right. So where things can go wrong is something that um, we can't assume that, but things can go wrong because of the form line. So about the characters, they generally it is either the linear and the EW, this guy or this guy. Okay. But when it comes to the when it comes to the benchmarks, we also have to look at how the match is. Even if that's exactly why we've created the match section. Even if we know that that's the character, all right, that's an EW character, how good the match is, where the class is, and that's exactly what we've been that is exactly our journey. We've been trying to figure that thing out. So 8 is the favorite. It is supposed to be the favorite, all right, because of the numbers. And when the linears are not in a position, that's the one, the outer drift. Okay. So that's the one. The match is perfect. Falls on 14. Then probably 2. And then probably 11 on the higher side. Okay. Now things can go wrong. Why? Because of the form lines. But I like the 8. 8 should win. Today is a very important day here. I think everybody is here. I mean, all the trainers who are going to be putting in their horses, they are very much aware of the form lines and what they're chasing. By what I'm trying to say is they are going to be aiming, okay, even if they do not have the form line. So what precisely does that mean? There are some big money races today. So anybody with a leverage would like to get into those races. Anybody with any kind of advantage would like to get into those races to get a piece of the pool. But what you need to be worried about is there are the support line is the whirlpool. Everybody is under the sun today is going to be doing the same thing that we do. But at the same time, you, me, we have been dealing with this for quite some time, and we know how the numbers work. So the 8 is something that fits the bill. The form line is missing. I'm not going to get into the first one. I never get into the first one. We'll see if that works. And that is how we'll figure out if everything is right. Okay. Cliffy, welcome back, my friend. Cliffy, what a friend. Dows, welcome back, my friend. PC, welcome back, my friend. Gate, thank you for being here. Welcome back, my friend. Yes, full house. I'm not going to get into the first one. It's the first one. I generally don't get into it unless it looks absolutely spotless. It is not spotless. Things can go wrong, and we'll see how things can go wrong. So that fits the bill. The 8 fits the bill. Where it might collide is probably here, the 2 versus that 3-year-old gilding. But the problem with this 7 is the jockey is from Victoria. He's never raced here. It's a 1500 meter. The Victorian tracks that we are aware of, like Caulfield or Flemington, the top Victorian tracks, they do not have the same geometry. Okay, they don't have the same geometry. Caulfield is about 367 meters straight. It's a triangle shaped track, and Flemington is a crazy place. This track, the geometry is very different than those two tracks. So on a 1500 meter, the jockey without an experience in this particular track is dicey. But that's an EW which is there with very strong numbers. Araman! Yes! Could be, bro. Another miserable day. But the point is, I mean, that point is that we have to we must get this thing in some way or the other. We'll see how that works. All looks good, should work, but like Araman said, things can go wrong. Don't get into the first one. That's an, you know, the first one is always something that probably you should take a look. Ideally that should work. Okay, this guy is not up here, he is down here, so that makes it very nice and confident. If he was up here within the green lines, that is a problem with this guy. So he's not up here, he's down here, which is good. Match is fantastic. Falls here, which is good. Then it is here, which is also good. Then probably here, 42. That's the first, that's the second, that's on here. But none of them are in form line. Tuna, welcome back, my friend. Jockeys. Done by a pube. Gate, thank you so much for bringing in your friends, my friend. It really means a lot. Tuna missed the last one at Caulfield. Caulfield did not. Caulfield was horrible. You did not miss anything. Caulfield was horrible. Wednesday. What are they showing? John! Welcome back, my friend. Where are they showing? Remington. Guest house. Which is guest house? Which one is guest house? Easy. Yes, Rosehill, 5 minutes. Yawn, win on 8. I've never seen you doing that, George. It's been a long time I've seen you getting into a win. John, look at this thing. Yeah, today, I mean, the thing is, the whirlpool is the backup support. The whirlpool is the backup support. PC 5. 5. But but possibly because this one, I mean, is in a bad state. This and this are the same. If that's that, then this one has the advantage. So you're not wrong, PC. You're not wrong. The two, because of the form line, that's terribly bad. If that fails, then those are on pressure, doesn't match, it comes here, which is not bad, PC. There's a there's a support line. There's a support line, PC. Might work as an EW. Let's see if the 8 wins. 10, 13. 13. year old. He's a very heavyweight. 0.525. That's not happening. Works it. But you are also but you're connecting the gates, Cliffy, which is not bad. The match had to be a little stronger, which is not bad. But you're connecting the gates, which is okay, which is good. Doubtful. Dow's very doubtful. We'll see how that works.
And it's having a serious bite for the leader. By Far Lady improves its position. Followed by Tenderize on the outside of Cosmic Avenger, and Baron Gary scores midfield and a bit deep. In advance of Tartana, My Far Lady. Further back, Coyote being snatched up. Then came Wild Thoughts from Malapicano. Bella Khadijah and Kingston Charm, the last one. 1,000 out. Took a little while, but Dusty Bay got the front. Where Dusty lost it, so Ben Thompson has it a length clear. Northern Eyes got over to second. Satnus well positioned in third. Half the outside to My Far Lady. Two further back to Cosmic Avenger on the inside of Tenderize. Baron Gary in a three-wide path midfield. In advance of Tartana, then came a Jeter on the rails. Further back to Coyote, Wild Thoughts, Alapicano. Bella Khadijah and Kingston Charm, 600 out. Dusty Bay, a length clear. Northern Eyes, fast the chasing it. Well positioned behind them, Sadness, followed by My Far Lady, just easing deeper. Cosmic Avengers coming away from the rails, and Tenderize into the straight. Dusty Bay, a good leader. Wide two on Northern Eyes, then Sadness, My Far Lady. A gap back to Cosmic Avenger, Tenderize. Ajita's going down to the rails, making ground. My Far Lady moves up at the 200. Hope they head in front from Dusty Bay. Cosmic Avengers running on together with Tenderize the outside. Tenderize is lifting. Baron Gary gets going late. Baron Gary, that's been a win.
14.58.
Knocked off Tenderize and My Far Lady. Wild Thoughts. Followed by Jeter, then came Sadness, Cosmic Avenger, who had their chances. Got tied and Kingston Charm. Northern Eyes.
14, 5, and 8. We'll take the fourth number also. We still haven't come up with the numbers anyway. So 14. Seven, 5, 8. PC. Boom. PC got me EW on that. No, good. Definitely good. Why? So that failed. The 2 failed because it did not have the form line. So there's nothing doing on that. This one was overestimated. This was a low one. The match was correct, but the 8 kind of did not work. Then where it dropped? 12. We'll get the numbers. Hold on. Still nothing. Anyway, we'll move on to the next. We'll see when the numbers come up. 2. This is a 2400 meter group 3. Two and 7 has been scratched. 8, 1, 14 and 4. So this is a 2400 meters. Now a 2400 meter is a long distance, okay? Generally the problem is this, that up till 2000 meters the linears win, obviously with the right match and the right form line. But when it becomes 2400, it becomes a little difficult. And on top of that, this is a group 3. So group 3 is about good horses from challenges. That's what the group 3 is all about. But if we have to believe the numbers, This one is not a match. Okay. This one is not a match. If we have to look for a match, then that is probably these two horses. Okay. So now let's just look at what happened in the first one. Fourteen, 5, 8, and 11. So 14, 5, 8, and 11. That 14, 5, 8, and 11. Okay. So everything worked with the data. What did not work is this genius, which is 2. All right. The 5 PC was right on this. But the thing is, why the 8 did not win is a bad thing. What 14 was deserving. That was deserving. So that was match. Okay, that was match. How it will play, we have to figure that thing out. But we'll figure that thing out. But the point is this: if we look at what happened, so 14 was a high pressure. Then it went to 5, which was a low pressure. Then it came to 8, which was again a high pressure. Then it went to 11, which was again a high pressure. So that happened here, okay? So now if we have to understand what's going on here, that 8 is not a match, okay? It's on a high pressure. It doesn't have a match. The match is here in these two, okay? The match is here in these two. The 5 is also a good match, but it is coming from a wider gate. From gate number 8 is a 7-year-old. I am not very sure how that will work. Okay, this one is also a good match. So how things might play. Generally, this distance is difficult because it's a 2400 meter. We don't have a 5-year-old mare, so it things can go wrong again. So if we have to believe the numbers, then it is here. Okay, that's the number. Then it will drop. Where it drops is here, probably, because that's the match. Unless it drops on that 7-year-old gelding, which is here. There's a possibility. May happen. But I think it is 10. Here. Then probably 8. And then 5. 110.85, I think. I'll get into this. I think it's 1. So what happened here with 2? The quant was very high. The thing did not work, okay? The thing did not work on 2. The 8 also did that nonsense, whatever. But here, I think 8 is not the right match. 1, again, it's the same dilemma, but now this one comes with the load. All right? This one comes with the load. That's good. And it has to drop, which is here. Okay? This one has advantage, but that's a 7-year-old gelding. Over 2400 meter, I kind of think it is on the 4th place, probably. So 1, then it is probably here on this one because of the match. These two are match, but they are way below. I don't know what they will do. There are also challenges. One of them doesn't have a jock. The other one, I mean, the jock is new here. So that's that. Then there is this one, which is also there. 24, 27. It's still 30. I think it's here, 110. Then probably 8. 110, 8. And then probably 5. It'll drop on 5 here. This one is the same, but will go as a neutral. That will not work. Then we have to come here. 1, 7. This is 8. Probably here. We'll see how that works. I want to get into it. Let's see. Dow Scofield. Scofield.
With also Flame and Roman to the outside, and then Cable down to holding its position for now on the fence. Zulu Angel is hunting across, and then Bluestone well back in the field. Zibulon with Pure Grunt and Djokovic last. So at the judge, Flame and Roman's led clearly by 2 lengths to Mr. Bannock, and then Zulu Angel, Cable down to 4th on the rails. Then came Bluestone as they leave the running. Over it's Pure Grunt, who's riding the fence, and then came Zibulon and Djokovic as they found their order pretty quickly as they run past the 2,000 mark now. Flame and Romans now into a rhythm and is pretty relaxed by about a length and 3/4 to Mr. Grunt second. Cable Dancer is third, and then came Zulu Angel. A length and a quarter to Pure Grunt Bluestone, about a length and 3/4 Djokovic. And last, as they start to ascend, is on the outside Zibulon. So climbing the hill with 1,500 metres to go and no pressure up front at all. Flame and Roman's getting a good time of it. Well supported on VOP, 460 into 360 and led by about a length and a half. Mr. Bannock is second and third is Cable Dancer. About 3/4 of a length to Zulu Angel and slotted in, 4th one off the fence, getting a nice run. Pure Grunt the inside, and there's no change in the order as they reach halfway at the top of the hill at the 1,200. Bluestone is third last, and then came Djokovic, and at the tail of the field is Zibulon. Flame and Romans is dictating the tempo to a nicety and led by 2 lengths to Mr. Bannock as they run off the back section. So the leader is Flame and Romans at an even tempo at best by 2 lengths Mr. Bannock, Cable Dancer, then Zulu Angel to the railway side. Further back is Pure Grunt, and then came Bluestone, starting to think about a move now. Jock getting restless, 2 lengths Zibulon Djokovic. Flame and Romans just stopping and starting them down the side of the 700 metres. Still had a decent buffer of about a length and 3/4 and now niggled at from Mr. Bannock, who's getting a little bit closer under young Jackson Radley. A length away to Zulu Angel, and then Cable Dancer on the inside trying to extricate off from Bluestone as the leader has changed. Mr. Bannock's gone to the front of the 400 from Flame and Romans, who didn't give a lot of resistance. Zulu Angel battles on running a race, then Bluestone, Cable Dancer, and next on the inside it's Pure Grunt. It's Mr. Bannock as they reach the 200. Zulu Angel at 50 to 1 is chasing on the outside. Mr. Bannock with Zulu Angel. Zulu Angel takes the lead. Bluestone a late closer. Zulu Angel 50 metres to go in front. It's going to be an upset. Zulu Angel on Nick Bluestone. Mr. Bannock, Cable Dancer. 6 lengths Flame and Romans, followed by Zibulon, Djokovic, and last was Pure Grunt.
Goes one better than the nonsense. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this.
Yeah, they said that, Dow's. They said that. It's probably a low pressure. Adaman is mad. In Tasmania. Still ride horses to work down there. Tasmania. Wow. PC got 4 EW. 5 at morph. This thing. Getting loaded. Five. Dows. 5. Strong, very strong.
The road to the Kentucky Derby hits full speed on FanDuel TV. Catch it scoop.
Rosehill 9. You never know, that might happen. Those are John's favorite horses, all the 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds.
There's a pretty good line out overall. After Baskin gets back, together with Tim Pesty and looking for the best of them, Shuakibo there with Don Diego de Vega, Sam Hawkins again in the red cap. Almeida going forward, Mr. Monaco, and changing as the guard is the widest runner. The Collins committed to going on with it there. So in the early stages, Don Diego de Vega, Palmetto, they're putting the pressure on Shuakibo. Meantime, changing of the guard is the widest, still pushing forward. Sagani took a sit in fifth. Mr. Monaco moves to a wider position with the trail. Then you look on the inside of Sam Hawkins, further back to Alpha Basket, Canabar. Gambaldino, no cover earlier, 3 wide. Further back to Tara Mansour, Ted Pesty and Travolta in the last one. You got a mile to go. Don Diego de Vega leads the way, changing in the guard, was able to clear the inside runners, and eventually Pollock got it up to second. Joe Kibo's landed a great spot third behind the leader, Palmetto fourth, one out, one back. And Mr. Monaco is all hot and bothered today. They really have to dig in deep. He's three wide now. On the outside of New Lookins again, he's right there between them. Further back to Campbell-Dino off the track, but has a back to follow. Advance of Sam Hawkins and Athabascan, Tara Mansour, Catavar from Tempesti and Travolta is the last one. So Don Diego de Vega's minding his own business in front with 1,000 metres to go. By a length on changing in the guard, the favourite Chuakibo was at a really soft run third. Then Palmetto, Mr. Monaco doing it tougher, so the first one is set out wide. Then you look down on the fence, followed by Sagani, Campbell Dino with a nice trail into it. Further back to Tara Mansour, Sam Hawkins, Athabascan down on the fence. And the last 310, Pasty, Catavar, and Travolta sees them all. They've got 600 to go now in the Manion Cup. Don Diego de Vega in front. Changing in the guard, really big rascal along on the outside, a half length away. Then Chuakibo, Palmetto under the pump. Further back, Mr. Monaco. New Look getting a nice rails run as they straighten up. Don Diego de Vega still a length in front of changing in the guard. New Look runs well. Chuakibo called him on. Mr. Monaco still coming on the outside. They're right across the track. Mr. Monaco moved up with Chuakibo. New Look the inside. And wide out now, Travolta and Tara Mansour. It's Mr. Monaco and Chuakibo. Tara Mansour late. Mr. Monaco, that's a big win. Mr. Monaco.
14-8.
Chuakibo, Tara Mansour. You look, Travolta. Alphabetskin, Tempesti, changing of the guards. Then came
These are 14.
Don Diego, Vega, Sagani, Palmetto, and Sam Hawkins. Oh, how tough. Mr. Monaco, we saw him in a real dogfight
14-8.
at Ramick last time, beating.
Come on. $14-8 and something else. 14. The neutral. Come on. We get the numbers. Hold on. Still haven't published. I still haven't come out with the numbers, but it's like 14, then 8. That's what happened. That neutral went through. I don't know what's going on. It'll take some time. We'll go to the next. Number 9 has been scratched. Two, 7, 5, 6. The group 3. It's the same thing, okay? Here the 8 was not a match. The 1 and the 10 were, but that did not work. The 14 actually worked again, which was a neutral. So that was something that came from nowhere, and I generally don't know how to talk about the neutrals because I still haven't figured it out myself. So that's that part of the story. Here it is the same thing. That's not a match. That's not a match from any angle. On top of that, it is going to be a all-mare race, which is okay because this is New South Wales. Generally, it backfires in Victoria. I don't know why, but that does. So the 2 is like that. 7, which is the second, is also like that. It is, I don't know if that will work. The match is here on 6, which is good, which is a low pressure. Now that puts everything into a jeopardy because why? Because it's a 1900 meter, and here it was a 2400 meter. It was 19 that went through. It's a low pressure that just went through. But I mean, so this thing is volatile. That's the first thing. Second thing is this, that where things can go wrong is only God knows, because $14, 9, 8, and 4. The last results: 14, 9, 14, 9, 8, and 4. So what happened? 14, 9. The 9-year-old gilding. Dawes was on this, I think. 14, 9. Then came 8. And then came 4. So 1 and 10, they did not do anything. So 14, 9. Those are all over. So 14, 9. Then it went here 8. And then 4. Why? Okay. So that's that. The 2 is probably not a great match. The match is on 6, but I'm going to stay out of this. I'm not going to get into this. We'll watch this. 7, this is low. That's bad. Not happening here. 16. That is good. Yeah. Six EW maybe for me. That's what I'm going to do. 2 is difficult. It's not a match. Same as with 7. It's not a match. And it's the same replica here. What happened with 8? It wasn't a match. Okay. I did not expect that will happen. I mean, I generally don't like to get into neutrals, and I don't know how the neutrals work, honestly. So that was that. But that happened here. And they all sat there doing nothing. So that's a long distance, but here the 2 is in trouble. That is definitely a bad idea. This one is also in trouble. The 6 is good. And then this one is again a neutral. So I'm not sure if that neutral will get in or do anything like that. That's that. But here I think, look at this. 130. And what happens here on 13? Don't know. The thing can backfire. Downs. Let me try this. Who wins? I don't know. Okay, this is a better way of putting up the poll. I'm learning the YouTube, but I think it's a better way of putting up the poll. This way, we can't. We can actually put some options. I'll try to do better this next time. We'll see how that works. But where are the results? Here, 26 votes. I will not work. Here the two is the same thing. It is like that. It doesn't. It's one of the highest in form line, but it doesn't have the match. The 7 is also the same thing. It loses the form line also. The 6 is a match, but whether that'll happen through a low pressure on a 1900 meters, that's something that I'm not very confident about. And then we'll see how that works. This is good. 9. The question is, what happens to this guy? The 1. And what happens here on... This is genius. This is neutral. So this 5, 6-year-old mare. 97, 97, 89, 2. I tried that, the load, but the load did not work even with a match which was better than the 8. That did not work. So why that did not work is only God knows. Probably because of the form line, which is terrible. Which is terrible. 14 because of the form line. 8 did not have the match, but still better than this. And 4 still better than this. So now those are the areas that needs to be covered. We're trying to do that, but here I don't have the faith on this. So 8-11. I'm going to not get into it. It's again a group 3. mean, I don't know how the 1 is going to be beaten, but it looks like it is. It doesn't have the form line, so the 1 probably is going to be beaten. So that's where it stands. And then the rest, everything is a hope. This is a 6-year-old mare. For that to happen, it very dicey. Very dicey. Is the 8, 11. 11 is where? 11 is gate number 15. God knows. Very dicey game. Six, 11. PC 7. We still haven't gotten the element of JMac. JMac is the other element which is there. They cannot close. You're right about that gate. That's one way of looking at it. The other way is it's a trap. It's a trap from every angle. They've put in approximately how many horses? 14 horses, out of which only 6 horses are in form moderately. The rest, we have no clue what they're going to do. They're not in form. John EW 8.
Machine Gun Gracie's outside. 80 pretty handy on the fence. This is a good game for the lead. We've got 4 of the minute now. It's Quietness and Machine Gun Gracie going around the outside. And we'll get the spot outside the leader. Followed by Placid Pearl, Sophisticated 4th. Followed by Maisie 5th, the row. Then Kind Words, Belinda, Reflect. Now the favourites out wide. 3 wide, Panito going to the back, but the first 2 winners today have been in 3 wide positions. Further back to Good Banner, then came moving out, sweltering there on the black cap. 2 after Sun Gift and California Grass, the last one. They sort out their order. Quietness leads the way. Machine Gun Gracie got the spot in second. The former Perth mare. Placid Pearl third on the fence, followed by Sophisticated. Then came Maisie from Kind Words, Polinia, Panito creeping closer out Diva. Then came Reflect, to just ease it back a little bit. So Panito might get in and get some cover now down the side. Further back to Sweltering, Good Bad and moving out Sun Gift. California Grass is the last one. So they race to the 750 metres. It's Quietness by 3/4 to Machine Gun Gracie. Then Placid Pearl, Sophisticated, tugging along 4th, followed by Maisie, Kind Words. Polimia's right there in the middle. McDonald has options to pull wide now. Panito, he does that now. The big white face of the mare, Panito, just walked a little bit behind Kind Words into the straight. And Machine Gun Gracie open fire on Quietness. Then Placid Pearl, Sophisticated. Polimia creeping up behind them. Panito's not doing enough as Kind Words works into the clear. It's Machine Gun Gracie has broken clear. And Machine Gun Gracie, the great mare from the west, opens up a Sydney account by 2. Polindia second, Placid Pearl third, then Quietness. Sophisticated, Good Banner. Further back to Maze.
1-7, I think. Yeah. So how will that get beaten? One, 7 in something else. We'll go to the next. Now we are talking a little reasonable distance. This was 1900. This is 2400. This is 1500. Very bad. Five and 13 has been scratched. We don't have 5 and 13. 2, 3, 6, 8. It will not happen. So this one is a listed race, okay? Listed race is about these guys. Listed race is about these guys, but now the problem is this, that so let's first understand what's going on. So the odds are probably more or less there, but not work. So the 2 is the favorite, and if we so where is the contradiction? Okay, so if let's say 2 is the favorite out of all this, okay, firstly the linear is a bad match. That probably is not the thing. 2 is also dicey. 2 is also dicey. It is not. See, the thing is, if they are the same, like PC went through with this, okay, the 5, okay. So if these 2 are the same, the lower is better. The 2 did not have the form line. 5 got into the second position as a low pressure. Okay, so PC had that, which was okay. Here, if these 2 are the same, then 4 has a better chance. Now, 4 is also kind of doesn't have a form line. The match is beautiful. Okay, this one is not the right match. Probably not. And if we have to believe that this is a listed race, in that case, 1 cannot be beaten. If we have to believe that this is a listed race. So again, things are in a very, very dicey state. Okay, first of all, again, it's the same thing. They don't have the form line, but they're kind of measured high in the way things have been produced here by the race course. So what exactly the quant means? The quant says that these 2 horses have been highly promoted, out of which 4 we can see. There's a huge leverage on this horse. Okay, those are the highly promoted horses, and that's where it all stands. Now, the 2 doesn't fit the bill. 2 doesn't fit the bill. The neutrals are there. God knows what will happen. The 2 doesn't fit the bill. The 3 is also terrible. Probably it is in the second position, but something else can actually knock things out. That 1 is a check. Okay. So generally, what is the concept of listed race? Listed race is basically, the highest rated horses will not let it go. The highest class horses. Okay. So that's from the DICR, that's the highest class. Okay. That's the highest class. So about listed races, like that. I mean, if you follow racing, it's like that. But you know, what kind of a confidence can I build up when that one doesn't have the form line? The 2 is not a great match. The 4 stands a threat to 2. 3 probably is a place from gate number 15. That's also not a good match. But we'll see how that works. I like the 1. I'll see if that 1 gets in. But could play very dicey. Could play very dicey. Generally, the listed races, like for this kind of a race, which is an open group 3. So group 3 is about challenges where these horses should come in. But what we have witnessed is that 1 knocking it out. I had a doubt on this, that this will, how will you stop that kind of a thing? We'll take a look at the numbers that happened. 3. 1, 7, 13, and 5. 1, 7, 13, and 5 up here. Okay. The 2 was not a match. That was not a match. Here it is. I wouldn't say it is the worst, but that is also not the best. Okay. We've got 7. We've got 9. How the 9 is going to react, only God knows. The 9 is huge. Okay. It is the same thing as this 1. If you look at what that 1 was, there was no form line on this. But if you look at those numbers, 12 by -61, it gets even better on 9. It's 2 by -87. It gets even better here. But there is no form line on this. This becomes a challenger. So I don't know if that will work. Generally, it is not here. It is up here about the listed races. It is always like that unless things go absolutely wrong. So that's what it is. The 13. Let's look at the 13. That's a drift. Okay. Low pressure drift. Yeah, that happened. That's a huge one. But those drifts, basically the larger drift is the, you know, whenever it is the largest drift, whether it is a inner or outer, the larger one. Like here, if you see, that's the larger one, 3438. This is 3143. This is, so whatever the larger one. So how they work is the EWs which are there, okay, these are always with the highest advantage, okay, but the drifts, they, if they fit in with the right pressure line, okay, then they are good. Like for this one, the 8 was a drift, it came in third, okay. Well, generally, if the linears are like in a difficult position and cannot win, then it is the drifts, which is the larger one. But the point is this, that you cannot ignore the linears, but the linears will have to have a good match. The linears will have to have a good match. Here, in this one, the two that they're talking about, is it a good match? It's moderately there, but if we have to talk about that, then we have to talk about the 4, which is the linear is kind of in a very dicey position. This one is equally dicey. But out here, okay, if we look at all that, the 4, which is the which is here, the best match, that's that. 4 is not there within the odds, but if we look at those numbers, then 4 definitely has advantage. Then out of those 2 stands some kind of a support here, but whether that will work, because if that has to work, then the 4 has to fail. Will the 4 fail? And if this is a listed race, then how will I ignore the 1? The 3 is way too much to expect. There's a load on this. This is a third line. Within these two, the 4 has better chances through, you know, what it is, but then this one is not in the form line. I'll probably play an EW on this, but let's put up the God knows how that will work. I mean, it becomes very difficult when you have horses with form, but they don't match, and horses which are not within form, but you have a beautiful match. So that's something I think is a part of this game which is there, but I think we will have to solve this issue some way or the other. One 4835. This is 2639. It's either here or the German is here. One. This is also a bad match. Okay, the one is also a bad match, but the thing is through. This thing is, well, the listed races. 2 is better match than the one, but then the 4 is there if the 4 runs. Gatekeeper might draw to 1 7 to 1. That was 14. 14 to. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Huh. This is JMac probably writing. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Right, I'm back.
tuned, a bit coming up. Wotan moving in, James McDonald aboard Beedman. Clark on the favourite Skyhook, who has sweated up here, arriving at the start, and as a result the market has reacted with Skyhook's price easing out to $3 very late. Been trotting the house down. Besker about to go in along with Hidden Motive. So we're in the final stages of loading. Skyhook on the drift, sweating up. But his trials have been outstanding, and he was a first-up winner in the spring on a heavy track, soft here today. Times have been consistently 2 to 3 seconds outside class records. Now Marathon, the white cap going up, and Beedman, a gritty first-up winner. And he's looking to go back-to-back the Fireball winner, and he's been best back late. Beedman in, light on, stand by for a start in the Derby Munro. We're ready to go. And they're off and racing, and Besker was one of the first into stride. Beedman sent forward, Hidden Motive really starting to muster. Agerwood, Handy Pelazane pushing on, followed by Skyhook camping behind. Nashville Jack, Regal Award and the Oranges very wide going into the first bend. A length and a half to Marath, but flipping up on the inside is Space Rider. They're followed by State Visit, Wotan in the second half of the field. Marath back to third last. Cafe Florian.
Bad idea on that horse. Why is he waving it?
Last of all, Hidden Motive scooting along. Beedman got across the second and right on the bridle. Besker third from Belazane. Then came Agerwood. Skyhook is in sixth position, keeping Regal Award wide as they straighten up now. Hidden Motive leads the way by a length on Beedman.
Run, baby.
Besker, Belazane, Agerwood, and the favourite Skyhook getting to the outside, 3 lengths away. Beedman really serves it
No,
up to
you're not
Hidden
going to
Motive.
win.
And McDonald sends the heavily back Beedman to a narrow lead from Hidden Motive. Besker's coming off, Hill's looking a threat. Agerwood's running on, and then Skyhook. Beedman being tackled by Besker. Agerwood, Cafe Florian's flying home, but Besker wins the Derby Munro.
12.
Beat either Agerwood or the fast finishing Cafe Florian. Close up, Skyhook and Wotan. They got to Beedman in the last 50, followed by Marath, then Hidden Motive, Belazane, Regal Award. Further back to Space Rider, and a gap then to Nashville, Jack, State Visit, and Conscience. Besker, oh, wait for the bookies. Besker, Anthony and Sam Friedman, handled by Damien Lane. Got the runner, Cafe Florian, the first horse to go up the inside and make ground in that manner. It's lunged at Agerwood for the minor end of the prize. Skyhook has missed the top 4. Another favourite over. And Besker at huge odds, number 12 by Schnitzel at a Sword of Light, who
12. We'll get to the numbers when they publish, but 12 went through. Mine came in second, I think. You go to the next. This is something that I guess everybody is waiting for. Let's take the market snapshot. 5 has been scratched. 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what's going on is a 2000 meter, all right? This is a group 1, and so let's understand how things are. So the 4 is the second linear, the 1 is the first linear, which is with a tremendous load on this, and that's how things are. Okay, now the thing is, the 4 cannot probably beat 1. It doesn't look like that. The 4 can beat. Okay, that's huge. And the 2 has advantage over the 1. Like here, if you see, I think the 9 came in. Let me just refresh. 12, 14, 9, and 2. So 12, 14, 9, and 2. That happened. So here, if you see these 3 horses, okay, the 11 was the highest. It didn't do. But 9 out of these 3 horses, the 12 actually went through. It could have been 11, but it actually went to 12. Okay. So the point is this: when they are the same, this thing matters a lot. The lower it is, the better it is. Therefore, the 1 is in trouble with the 2, and the 4 is in trouble with the 1. 4 is in trouble with the 1. The 4 has always come in second. Okay. The 4 has always come in second. If you look at what the 4 is, the 4 won a race a long time ago. And it generally doesn't, it doesn't match. Okay. If we look through that, then this is the best. This is the next. All right. If we look through that, if we look through this, then you can't beat that. So what I think is, it is a 1 and 4 is probably going to be a queen. Best circumstances. And then it is Where it is going to go, I doubt. I don't know. If the 2 knocks out the 1, that should not happen. I mean, if that happens, then it'll be bad. All right. I think it is going to be a power play because we don't have any of those advantage horses here. 2 is the lowest. So I think it is going to be a power play. So it'll go high, low, high, low. So like this one gets beaten by 4. Okay. If they are the same, 1 is lower. If they are the same, then 2 is lower. So, but I mean, it's, I think it's 1. It'll be very difficult to beat that 1. I think it's 1. Sorry, 1 votes. I had to also grant for the next race 2. That 2 is there, you know. This is where the real test is basically. So what is happening? So when we don't have the EWs, all right, then it is them, and that's the lowest pressure line. Okay. Now the thing is, it generally works high low high low. It generally works high low. But the 4 is the favorite, which is a very good horse, and it has been constantly coming in second. And this is going to be a 2000 meter where this is a 6-year-old gelding. And the other problem with 1 is this, that we've got the match, but the jockey is definitely, they shouldn't have taken that risk of this jock. They shouldn't have taken the risk of this jock. This jock probably is not the ideal one for 1, but I still believe it is 1. Four. Here I think it'll go 1, 4. 2 probably will come in third. It's a 6-year-old. The 3 is again the same thing, not in a form line. And if we look at that, then this is better. but the match is better here, but it doesn't have a form line. So that's 2. I mean, that's 3. What do we here? 1, 4, 2, 6, I think. We put the numbers up. 1, 4, 2, 6. Let's 1, 4, 2, and 6. 1, 4, 2, and 6. I think so. This one is good, but it doesn't have the form line. So since we have the opportunity of having just one horse not having a form line, and that will come third probably. 1, 4, 2, 6, 5, 6-year-old mare. It'll go up. It can go up here. It can go up here. This is better. Let's see how that works. Two one at Caulfield. 9486. And then again, why it is a little more complicated, because I think what they have done is, this is a weight for age. Okay, this one is a weight for age. If that's the thing, I think that's what it is. It's a weight for age. Let me check. Yes, it's a weight for age. You can check it on RaceNet. So if it is a weight for age, then anything above 4 years will get the same same weight. But that gets a little dicey here. This is a 4-year-old. According to my data, I don't know. 3 is a 4-year-old there also, but then why it is not the same? I don't know. At times things are things. I mean, if this is a weight for age, then it doesn't add up here also. The 4, if we, let's say if all the 4-year-olds are supposed to have the same weight, then at least the 4 and the 3 should have had the same weight. It's not a weight for sex, it's a weight for age. If they're the same age, then they should have had the same weight. Why it is not the same? And if it is not the same, why are they putting it as weight for age? What are we missing? Anybody has any understanding of this? Gate, Dows, Aroman, PC. What is that supposed to mean? If this is a weight for age, then why the weights are different for the same age? It's not a weight for sex. That the colts are getting a different weight and the mares are getting a different weight. That's not the thing. It's a weight for age. That's what it's written. You have a point, but even then, in that case, they should be lower. In that case, this should be lower. This probably is that jockey you're talking about. 3 is Damian Lane. He's not apprentice. Damian Lane is definitely not apprentice. Craig Williams is definitely not apprentice. But why have they been assigned like that? I don't know. There are quite a few things that don't add up at the end of the day. I've seen that. I mean, we don't generally, I don't get to have a chance on talking about it because when I figure that thing out, by that time the stream is over, and it makes no sense to put another stream just to, figure out what went wrong here. But if this is a weight for age, then why the difference is there? I mean, what kind of an explanation is that? There must be some explanation. There must be some explanation. And Gate, the apprentice jockey, would get a claimer, which means in this case, this should have been lower, okay? Even if I consider that to be an apprentice, which is not, there is no claim which has been given, all right? There's no claim. Damian Lane is writing this. But problem is this, that either he has gained weight or something like that, whatever that thing is. But she has too large a weight of handicap. Yeah, probably. Because that is also a class. You see, through the DIs here, that's a class. And if we look at these two horses, they are the same weight because they are of the same class. This is the third, and then comes these two. All right. Point is this: they're saying that it is a weight for age, but it is not adding up there. It is becoming a weight for class. They're saying that it is a weight for age, but that's not what is adding up here. So the two mares, it became a thing of, like, these are lady horses, that's why they have lower weights. Then these are class horses, that's why there is a higher weight. And then this one is the second in line, so that's where it is. But the problem is, then why call it a age for sex? Damien Mount. 8 minutes to go. I don't know. Then why call it a age for sex is what I don't understand. Jimmy, welcome back. Aliana will win.
And a change of ownership and colours is the outside of the field. Trinity College has been inspected. Bigger odds is the last to join the others at the barriers at the 2,000 metres.
She gets a chance here, and obviously we're all here to see McDonald break records and equal records, so love to see him get it out the road here, drawing level. Sedalius won't be any easy beat. Really good. We'll let Tim talk about Trinity College. He's firmer than I thought he'd be, and Lindemann best of the rest. 4, 1, 3 and 2, Tim.
The market mover will be the favourite, Aliana. She's been well back to a week. 180 into as short as 150 this morning. She is getting out a little bit late, though. That's because we're keen to take her on. We thought these two are too far apart. We have a little bit of a lead, and we're just getting a little bit aggressive here. 165, we're equal top price in the market, Aliana. That's on a 160 NOP. So tab, top price, Aliana, keen to take her on. Just think she's a little bit too short. She is, however, best back run up by an absolute space. Sir Delius, just a touch easy, 280 out to 290 from the open. He's the second best back runner. We'll talk about Trinity College. Had been 15 out to 21 throughout the day. In the last hour, has been 21 into 11. It was a sneaky good run first up at its first run in Australia on a slow pace. It'll appreciate a faster tempo out to 2,000 metres. Barrier 1, soft run. We are looking to keep it quite safe, and it's been interesting. That good move for it. The only runner in the field that hasn't met with any support is Lindemann. 8 out to 15. The market hates it. And there is a little bit of specking for Al Kance. 51 into 31. He's going to run our near second worst way here, Al Kance. There's just been good money for it at long odds all week. But these two favourites are pretty much locked into their positions there. 165, 290. We are top odds about Aliana, 165 on the 160 NOP. Just a little bit under the NOP on Sir Delius, 290 on a $3 NOP. We prefer him. We think it's a much closer race than the market suggests.
They're loading in. McDonald
Aliana's right. Allow Kant's change of ownership and colours. Allow Kant, she's second up to 2,000 metres, locked away. And there's only one more to go. Sir Delius, from the outside for Craig Williams, has got a great record here on the Frankel Stadium. And they're locked and loaded, ready for the first of 5 Group 1s. The rampant and the gates are back, they're off. And Lindemann, as usual, reliable out of the gates and jump with his head in front. Trinity College is going to sit very handy. Aliana goes to third, Sir Delius fourth. And Allow Council, the change of ownership and colours at the moment is towards the rear of the field and towards the inside. So it's Lindemann in front by length and a half. Trinity College in a slipstream second. Allow Kance is going right up on the inside and is making up a lot of ground by doing so. Allow Kance has got in front of Aliana now. He just wants to over-race a tad in the early part, and Sir Delius has now dropped back to the tail of the field. Lindemann at the 1,400 metres shows the way by neat length on Trinity College. Allow Cancer's crept right up on the inside, going to third, but she's not in a controlling role today, Allow Cance. A length further back to the hot favourite, Aliana, and 2 further back to Sir Delius, who's being very patiently ridden by Craig Williams at the rear of the field. They've got close to 1,200 metres to go, well inside it now, and Lindemann in front by a length and a half to Trinity College. A neck back on the inside to Allow Cance. A length further back to the odds-on favourite, Aliana, and 2 further back to the main danger, Sir Delius, who still sits about 2.5 at the rears of Aliana as they go inside the 800 metres. And it's Lindemann doing his thing, rolling in the lead. Lindemann by a length and a half to allow Canson Trinity College. McDonald just biding his time at Aliana. Williams as well there on Sir Delius. So they come up to the home corner now. And Lindemann in front by a length to Trinity College. Allow Cance under plenty of pressure. Now Aliana being stoked up, coming to the outside. And Sir Delius the widest into the straight. And Lindemann is giving a ton of cheek. 350 to go. Lindemann by 3. Now Aliana is starting to close in. And Sir Delius as well. It's Lindemann all out. And Aliana, this great mare, ranges up on the outside. 2 further back to Delius has got the job. It's up. Try to beat off Lindemann. Aliana being lifted. McDonald. And he closes the first chapter on this historic day. On the Rampart Stakes.
4-2-1.
And Sir Delius back to Trinity College. And Chance's last earner. McDonald's done it, equaling the Group 1 record of Damien Ott. 129 Group 1 wins in the saddle. Didn't you have to fight hard for it? Lindemann, so he wasn't going to throw it away without a fight. So Delius Chance coming down the outside, but Aliana, very professional victory. She's done what was required on the day. Aliana wearing down Lindemann in what turned into a great stoush over the last 100 metres. So Delius a length off them and a gap to the other two. She's paid $1.45 and $1.15. Lindemann $4. No third payout for Sir Delius. 4-2-1. Number 3.
Yeah, she did. She did. She did. So what happened? 4 went through. See, this is where the thing is. Okay, now how to... So, between these two, this was lower. Between these two, this was lower. Okay? So that's 4, then 2, then 1, and then 3. We'll go to the next. PC got it. Everybody was on Aliana. 9 has been scratched, so 9 is not there. 2156. What happened here? These two, this was lower. Right. So here, this is the lower, which is okay. That is the highest quant, along with this one. This is 3, 2. So out of this, then this is a 2000-meter group one again, but what is happening here is it's they have done this so that they all are on the same weight. Okay, so they have been amortized in that way so that everybody is carrying the same weight. Now, out of which the if we have to look at what is the class, then we can do that. That's the highest reduction, okay? So 7 is the highest class. That's the highest reduction. They're the same. Then 7 is the highest class. Now the 7 is here, which is in a very bad state. The 7 is the highest class, but they have all made it same. Now what exactly is happening is this, that after the class they have so that 7 is the highest, that was the highest, that has dropped, so the expectation is nothing out of this. That's the highest class. Now if we look at that, then this is what 56.5, 56.5, these are all the same, okay? They came from here and they are here, so there is no movement on that. So that too is what it is expected. JMac is writing. Now if all of them are the same, then that thing is definitely with the advantage, and that is anyway the EW. So they have that, and then it probably is here, which is also right. That's exactly the result here, okay? And that is generally what it is. It is a high pressure, low pressure vein. So it's that was the high, this was the low, then it came here high, and then it went down here low. So that's a high pressure and low pressure game. But the confusion is this: which high pressure and which low pressure, and where. They have multiples of them. So that's exactly so many numbers to figure out how things work. We generally cannot just assume that this is the high pressure which will win, then this is the low pressure which will win. That generally doesn't work like that. So that's why there's a match, and that's why things are like that. So the 2 is the highest promotion which is there, and this one is with the load, which makes it a linear. That is where Cedilus came in. So that's what they're saying, but it's not a good match, okay? And the 6 is the lowest in this. We can see that here. This is also not a good match. Now, so ideally high pressure and low pressure. So what happened here is this one was a low, then it came here. Out of these two, this was lower, so it came here, and then it went back here. So this probably is the third position. If that's that, then it is here, probably on 6. Then we'll come back here, unless it gets knocked out by 8. or 3 for that matter. So the 1 is in trouble, 2 is good. I think 2 will win. 6 is not a winning horse. And the 1 has to deal with a lot of other horses. This one, this one, this one. Probably not in a form line, will not do anything. But the match is also bad. But having said that, you know, that's where the thing is. But now what can go wrong? What can go wrong? Now, since they are all 3-year-olds, even then 2 should win. If we take it as a group 1, then we cannot do that. So we have to take it as a 3-year-old that should win. But in what circumstances the 1 can knock out the 2? In what circumstances? The match. Okay. The match is better on 1. It's far better. Here, that's exactly what played. Okay. Here it is this one. So 1 is being written by Craig Williams again, and 2 is being written by J. Mack. And I think there's a problem with Craig Williams here. 29, this is 28.3. Almost the same. Something is not right with the body weight. Something, the things are a little off, but we will try to figure this thing out. I think it's between these 2 horses. I still like 1. We'll see how that works. The 2 probably will win. It is a higher quant, lower load, lower quant, higher load. But here the match is contradiction. So I don't know what to make of that at this point of time, because they've made it a thing which is like is the same weight for everyone. So in that case, this is the form line, okay? The green one is the form line. This lighter green is the second form line. That's how things are, and that's how the odds are. The 6 is the only sensible odd which is here, but that is not a great match also, because the 8 is there, which is in a better position. The 4 is there, which is in a better position. So how those things will work, I don't know. But let's hope, let's say the 2 wins. Why? Because it is a higher quant and a lower load. Let's hope so, that the 2 wins. PC7 Coffin. PC on 6, Rosehill. That 6 is the only one which is but that is also a maiden horse, okay? PC. The 6 is also a maiden. But yes, chances are there. Some of the things are not adding up here. It would have given a little more confidence if there was a little form line, which is extremely missing. But that's where it stands, okay? Here also it played like the same thing. This thing knocked out that. This thing knocked out this. And this was the fourth. Anyway, this was not in a place. But here, what will happen? So that's that. You know, that also means that so if that's the same and it's going like that, if God helps. Only God helps the two. I won't get into it, pass. I was on 1 here, okay? This one. I lost it. I was with Sir Delius, but Sir Delius kind of disappointed badly. Knows what's up. No, the 6. I don't know whether it knows or not, but it definitely has It definitely has the thing going on. It definitely has the thing going on. That be this is third. Yeah, 2000 meter.
Beautiful schnitzel colt. Really impressed by what I see from him. Not often we see the schnitzels doing getting out over this type of trip, but he's big, he's bold, he more looks like a sprinter to be honest, but here he is running over 2,000 metres. You wouldn't say no to him.
Okay, they're going out, Kieran. Great clash coming up here with Observer and Autumn Boy.
Very much so. Two very nice progressive horses. Very happy with our bloke. And judging by the market, the Waller team must be happy with theirs.
Are you ready to take control of this race with Observer?
He naturally puts himself there. Yeah. He's fit well, his winning form's good form, and he's travelled up and done everything right, so he'll be on pace.
You sound confident during the week about Spicy missing the slipper.
Yeah, wrapped with her. She's done everything right. It's been a plan from her first start a prep ago, so good to get her here, and I think she'll improve again into this race. And the map's probably ideal for her if it all works out as maps can and can't do. But good draw should land just behind the speed and hopefully have a good kick.
Good luck. Cheers. Kieran Maher trying to win his first slipper. Well, we saw a great finish in the previous Oleana. Nash trying to pinch it on Lindemann. Here we go again. Craig Williams and James McDonald.
He's going to take ownership of this race on Observer out in front. He won't want to go too slow because J-Mac, I feel, is going to find his back. And if he does, he won't let him go. So he's got to control the race at a nice tempo, but not go too hard. But I think knowing Craig Williams, he'll really put the foot down, topping the straight and try and catch Autumn Boy off his, just get the wheels spinning a little bit. But it's going to be a very tactical race, I feel.
Corey's with Observer. Chantel Buckley, who are you with?
I'm with Observer as well. I have never seen him before, but I was just so taken physically. He's just a beautiful looking individual. He's got swagger. He just owned the yard as he walked around. Take nothing away from Autumn Boy. He's always been a horse that I've absolutely loved. There's nothing between the pair of them. I think Federalist might run a cheeky little race into third spot.
I am with Observer here. I think slight leading his way just with his racing style. There's just been nothing between these two horses all week, or for 2 weeks really now. So I'll lead his way just with his racing style.
Yes.
He's primed here, Autumn Boy. So I think McDonald will be right on Williams' hammer, keeping an eye on things. I'll throw in Victoria's Spirit and Federalist, although I'm really impressed with this deal done fast, and there is money for him late here, 31 to 21. 1, 2, 5 and 6, Tim.
I've been adamant since Wednesday that Autumn Boy should be favourite. I put it up at 230 chance. He firms 230 into 220. We are holding significantly more money on Observer, nearly 3 times as much money on Observer, which has seen him firm from 280 on Wednesday into that $2.30 quote. You can see his odds on the Whirlpool Observer, and he's over 65% of our total hold. So that 180 on the Whirlpool is a good indication of the money that we are seeing for Observer, and he just firms again now 225. So we're trying to hold on to Autumn Boy as favourite because we think on form he comes through the stronger guineas. We think the Randwick Guineas is stronger. He's run at a faster tempo. We know that he's a bit of a doubt at the 2,000 metres. Autumn Boy, well, he's not a doubt. He hasn't run over the 2,000 metres before, but he's going to get a soft run on the back of Observer. We're adamant he should be favourite, but we're starting to weaken. Such is the support for Observer. It just continues to come in. This money, as I repeat, 3 times as much money on Observer as we're seeing on Autumn Boy. They're both firmers. They're both well backed. But the real big money is on Observer. So he's the market mover here. Third pick, we have equal third picks there. Victoria's Spirit and Federalist. Both just a little bit easy. Although Victoria's Spirit does just trim up a little bit now. It's into 12. So it's from 11 out to 12. But we did touch $16 throughout the day. So he does trim up a little bit, Victoria's Spirit, 16 into 12 throughout the day. And he wasn't that far behind Observer. So if you like Observer, you have to like Victoria's Spirit in this race. And with Observer firming, that is probably why Victoria's Spirit has firmed as well. There's no money for Federalist. We're keeping him safe on the 7-day backup. The newly gelded Federalist we think is in career best form. Then we're out to Deal Done Fast. It got to a high of 34. It's back into 23. But overall, a little bit easy. Deal Done Fast. Green Space, there's no money for it. 23. Big Eye, a $41 chance. And one step closer. The trim up for it today, you got to a high of 201. It's into $61. Maybe it could push forward one step closer with a couple of runs under its belt. It has trimmed up from much bigger odds. So the gap between these two at the top narrows. 225. Autumn Boy, James McDonald, Chris Waller. But the big money is on Observer. $2.30. Kieran Maher, Craig Williams. The betting says it's a match race.
You're right, Automat, but like, you know, according to the data,
Observer. 3 times as much money on Observer.
the match is on Observer, which is the favorite now.
Yes, can he break the record? He's equal with Damien Oliver
The
right
match is
now.
with Observer, but I stayed out because the load is high.
If he doesn't do it
I
here,
stayed out.
he lines up on Autumn Glow in the next. The temperature has just changed here. The temperature's dropped. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of New South Wales. Thunderstorms are hitting south of us on the Southern Highlands. Goulburn certainly looks like it was smashed just moments ago, and indeed it's just going through Goulburn now. There's a huge cell just south of us. With a little bit of luck, it'll stay away. We might clip the edge of it. If it changes direction and hits towards us, we're going to get some lightning and thunder and hail and a fair bit of rain. But at the moment, no precipitation, but the temperature's dropped and you can feel that there's a close-by storm. There's Rachel King on green spaces. One of the 2 runners here in the Godolphin Blue. The other is the favourite Observer, who arrives in Sydney for the first time, Kieran Maher and Craig Williams. The Derby winner and the Australian Guineas winner. Ali Mosley's at the start, waiting for these horses to jump away. Good afternoon.
Hello, Greg. It's wonderful to be here. What a pleasure. This is a monumental day. It could be a pretty historic occasion as well. So very much looking forward to seeing James McDonald and what he can do. Autumn Boy has come across in lovely order, as has Observer. So all these horses, as you would expect, they're feeling the change in the weather now. We're just getting the tail end of this rain and everything is set up for history.
Autumn Boy goes in. Green space is about to come up, and Deal Done Fast, another Victorian for Matt Kamani. The Rosehill Guineas. Who do you like? Which one of the favourites? Observer or Autumn Boy? And can McDonald break the record? Here's Darren.
Sky Racing, Rosehill Guineas time. There's the light. We're ready to go. The gates are back and they're off and racing. One step closer, taken back, and 5 of them have come out contesting the lead. Federalist, Observer, Big Eye going up. Autumn Boy was there, but eases back to 4th. Victoria's Spirit caught a bit deep. Deal Done Fast goes along the rails inside green space. And one step closer is last of all. So Observer in front. Bing Eye moves up on the outside and is going to serve it up to him. And Bing Eye Dots takes the lead now as they enter the back section of the course. Observer being restrained there by Williams. And hands up in second spot. Victorious Spirit moves up on the outside, going to third. Federalist fourth. And Autumn Boy is in a handy fifth position as the rain starts to fall for the first time today. Then Deal Done Fast on the inside of green spaces. And one step closer is last of all. 1,200 to go. Bing Eye in front by a length. To Observer in a clear second. The Maiden Federalist third. Victorious Spirit covering ground in fourth position. Just keeping Autumn Boy in a bit of a pocket at this point. A length into Deal Done Fast on the inside of green spaces. And one step closer is last of all. So Bing Eye in the hands of Ben Mellon leads at the 900 metres by a length and a half to Observer. Victorious Spirit the outside. Federalist the fence. Then Autumn Boy still in fifth. Then came Deal Done Fast from green spaces. And one step closer, peeling three wide to start a run. Approaching the turn and Bing Eye leads the way by a length and a half to Observer. Then Federalist. Victorious Spirit's got Autumn Boy in a pocket. As one step closer, moves up on the outside. Approaching the turn, Bing Eye, Observer. Victorious Spirit, one step closer. And Autumn Boy McDonald's just eyeing off the gap, looking for it now. Bing Eye leads at the 300 metres. Observer stoked up by Williams giving chase. And McDonald said, go on Autumn Boy. And Autumn Boy moved up at the 250. Put pay to Observer, Bing Eye. Further back then to green spaces running on. But it's Autumn Boy clearing the Rosehill Guineas. Oh, this is the win that'll live forever for James McDonald. 130 Group
2416.
performance. Green spaces second. I think Observer third. Then one step closer, Federalist. Further back to Bing Eye. A gap two. Deal Done Fast. And last end was Victorious Spirit.
Two Group 1s down, both going to James McDonald. He equalled it, then he broke it. Damien Oliver's record is gone. James McDonald is the new holder of the Group 1 record for jockeys in Australia, 130. He does it.
2416. We'll take a look. The 4. That happened. 2416. We'll go to the next. No scratching. 8, 9, 2, 10. Group 1. That's a huge pressure. I mean, uh, there is no reason why it should not be the favorite. Okay, that's the lowest and the highest. So that's the perfect match. JMac is riding, so there cannot be anything better than this. So what we are looking at is basically uh, the match, but now the problem. It has gone below 160. I mean, below 200 here, and that's quite a lot. Okay, that's quite a lot. This thing is probably will win, and I think so. What is going on is this, that they probably are running negative. This one 114. So now the expectation of this race is this, that this is going to be a slowly run race. If this gets on pace, this 8 is upside down. That'll not work. It's a very strong handicapping on this horse. Very strong. This generally is uh, gives up, which it doesn't look like, because that's some great numbers on that horse. But if it just gives up because of the pressure on that's 249. I have we seen anything like that? 103, 134. That was 49 on Eliana. So we've not seen anything like that today. This is like 249 on that horse, which brings it to 160. That becomes a little difficult as in, like, the horse might just may not be able to run. But if it actually runs, then there's nothing to stop it. There's a I mean, physically it looks like it is impossible. But if this thing can overcome this impossibility, then it is very difficult to stop this horse. Then it is very difficult to stop this horse. So be careful on this. I mean, this thing is good. I'm not saying it is bad. It is a brilliant horse. Okay, it is a brilliant horse. But then there's a limit to what kind of a pressure can be put on a horse. And I have, every time we've had a horse like this, which is below 200, I'm a little worried about this, because what happens here is this thing becomes a static point. The horse might just refuse. It might just not run. The numbers, they suggest it is the best. JMac is riding. It's a Group 1. JMac is nailing it like nobody's business today. So that's all that is there. But point being is, so they all that they have is, all these 4 horses which are within the form line. Everything is within the form line. That's not where the match is. 16. It should ideally come down. Where will it go? 7. It doesn't. I mean, I don't know what to expect out of this. But here is what has happened when we faced that. Okay, they collapsed every time. They collapsed. This thing going below 175, 160, 150. Those numbers, I can pull up multiple races to show what exactly happens here, especially if you look at Flemington and other places. Those it becomes a little dicey. Dicey is in like, see, the horse is fantastic. Okay, there's no doubt the horse is fantastic. We can see those numbers. There's nothing like it. But to deal with those numbers, this is pretty strong. So I'm assuming this is going to be a very slowly run race. A very slowly run race. That's what I think it is going to be. Um, because if this thing gets raved, then it is upside down. We'll see how that works. Hope she gets confidence back. Dow's only missed the placing once. That horse. All good, but That did not win, okay? That was at 177. Can't find the relevant ones at this point of time, but uh, point is this, that this is very strong physically, all right? Everything that we do is through physics. Everything that we do is through physics and science. So basically what that number indicates is it's a linear, and that's very strong, and we know how strong it is, okay? So if we actually look at the VT, then those are all negatives, and that is the highest negative, okay? That is the highest negative which is there. So this essentially means that this is a little too much on the horse. This essentially means that it is a little too much on the horse. The distance, the weight it is carrying, the promotion which it has, which is at 57, that's the leverage. So everything, when that is calculated, it is like it is going beyond the capability of that horse. That's just numerical representation, okay? That is just numerical representation. What that also means is that horse is being put to a test, and that's the test. If it can overcome that test, it wins. But from our point of view, from where we look at races through investments, is that a great area to get invested? That's just food for thought. LA7, yes, down. That's a good one. I think. I mean, the only way it will lose is if it collapses. All right, there is nothing else. If it collapse, it collapse. You're putting at 249 on this horse. The match is good. That means it has been done on the basis of some relevancy. But even if the match is good, that goes down to 160, which is very tight spot.
always to have the big celebration on because he's so laid back. He's got the best attitude, and he's obviously by the Autumn Sun, who won the race himself and had the great temperament as well, as he's passing on with his stock. So yeah, he's a decent horse. Let's go out and welcome him back. Let's go. Light still blinking.
They're showing morph. Yeah, the point is this, that everything is like, if you ask me to find a fault, is there a fault? No. That's the match. There's the closest one is wherever here they have figured out, but the 6 is there. But the point is this, that that's with the best numbers, that's the highest load it is carrying. Still, it is better match, and JMac is riding. So there's nothing wrong apparently. Everything looks green. But that is also a problem. I mean, somehow, honestly speaking, this is what I think we have all witnessed at some point of time racing, especially with the data, that the advantage definitely, I mean, racing doesn't happen randomly, all right? It's not about randomness. Everything has a reason. Why it is happening, there is a reason to it. If the reasons match, the horse will win. If the reasons do not match, the horse will not win. And that purely is what we are working with numbers, all right? The 6 was good, all right? But the 6 was a maiden. So the 4 got into picture. That was a better match as well. Here, that thing was the best number. Now, where the difference is here that this is the highest promotion. Carrying a lower load, this is not the highest promotion. Carrying the highest load, now he has to talk to others. And then this guy is here. So carrying a load is basically means that you're being put to a test, all right? Carrying a load is you're being put to a test, and that thing has to match with the rest of the things. Here it did. What did not match is what Craig Williams is looking like today. I haven't seen Craig Williams looking like that, all right? What did not match, this was a perfect match. What did not match is the Craig Williams looking here. So that did not work. That pressure line, that jockey weight is not great. That automatically puts into a trouble. This is something that we have done for years here, right? So we know what a green jockey means to a pressure horse. So that's fact. Whether you have a match here, that becomes a problem. But I'm trying to figure out why the match is not going to work. Then I figure out, the Craig Williams is like that. Here everything is good. 8 doesn't look like it is going to get beaten, but there's a load. And it is being put to a test of 160. Adam and coffee on 5. Yeah, so that is that part of the story.
Okay, Chantel, how do they beat her?
They can't. They really can't. Nothing can beat her off looks. I think Baymark might run a close second to her. I thought he looked just as good, but she's just a perfect horse. Form-wise, looks-wise, everything.
Ingots, Evaporate, Yellow Cap, Yorkshire, Headley Grange. Something to chase. Autumn Glow 2 lengths away, given a real wind-up. Then El Costello Pier and Pericles working into the clear. Fully lit at the 300. A narrow leader. Autumn Glow responding to pressure. And the mare hits the lead with Pericles into the clear. Autumn Glow gets a length and a half clear. And Autumn Glow remains unbeaten. She was born a winner. She's the real deal.
Hopefully she gets the job done and keeps this interest in. Well, it's just great for racing to have a horse like this selling the sport. And, yeah, they're not going to... No, the bookie's in a much better frame of mind today. He's still not going to let us on at $1.30 here. I don't know why. Anyway, she looks the goods. Lady Shenandoah, Baywalk, stablemates of the favourite. They're here to run well, as is Pericles. There's a good, tough, genuine Group 1 horse. 8, 9, 10, 2. So you're keeping the money in your pocket here.
Yeah, look, we have a lead, but we don't want to give it all away here. She's not a good result. Plenty of multis through Autumn Boy, through Aliana, through Treasure at the moment. So she's a bad losing result, holding nearly $1 million on her in the straight out book. Around about 2.6 million worth of multis through her today. That's a lot of money. 125 out to 130. She's back into 128. You can see there on the Whirlpool, 110 on the Whirlpool, nearly $1 million on the Whirlpool. So look, there's just not much point in us pushing her out any further. I've already laid her so many times. I'm well behind on her. We lost $5 million on her in a Golden Eagle. I don't want to lay her. 128. That's probably about her right price. Lady Shenandoah, a big drifter. She's been 8 out to 14. Pericles just out a little bit, 15 out to 16. The ones that have tried to beat her, Gringotts 26 into 19, and a little bit of money for linebacker 51 into 34. Then
Now, Evaporate with the yellow cap moves in. Attica. He could have gone to the Guineas, opting here for the George Riders. Attica, one of 3 good orphan runners moving in. Gringotts, last year's winner, goes forward. And in the blue cap, Pericles, a brilliant winner of the Futurity Stakes first up. Now Ibion Baker. Linebacker, the white cap goes in. And there's 4 to move up now. Yorkshire is about to take up its position along with NCAP. One of the front runners, Bivakt, being partnered by Adam Hieronymus. Adam was successful on Bivakt in the Group 1 Golden Rose in the spring and has the ability to set a genuine tempo here, Bivakt. So 2 to move in, Yorkshire and Bivakt with the white-coloured cap for the running of the agency George Ryder Stakes. And the crowd at anticipation, can this great mare make it 11 from 11? Most believe she will. The pressure's off James McDonald. He got his record in the previous, shooting for 131 Group 1 winners now. There's the lights, stand by. The George Ryder of 2026 and the gates are back. They're off and racing. Nepotism out the back. And Bivax jumped out pretty well together with Pericles. And right up there is linebacker trying to hold a lot of them out. Autumn Glow in the thick of the action. This is a keen go. Yorkshire right off the track. Further back to Headley Grange, Lady Shenandoah, Gringotts, then Attica, followed by Nepotism and Endcaps last of all. There's plenty happening up front going into the first turn, and Bivark is really building up the revs, and Adam Hieronymus takes Bivark to the front. Yorkshire will hand up now in second, taking the trail, followed by Evaporate third in front of Linebacker. Lady Shenandoah back on the inside of Autumn Glow, so the hot favourite is running midfield, one off the fence. Further back then to the 3-year-old Attica, parked on the inside of Gringotts. Further back then to Pericles from Nepotism, Headley Grange, and Endcaps last of all. Bivark leads by 2 lengths, 600 to go. From Yorkshire then came Evaporate, Linebacker. Lady Shenandoah's locked up on the fence by the stablemate, and now Autumn Glow is peeling, and McDonald puts the champion mare into the race as they turn into the straight, and Bivark leads the way by 3 on Yorkshire and Autumn Glow. She's really starting to cut loose now, and Autumn Glow in a bound moved up to take the lead away from Bivark. Lady Shenandoah's running on well on the inside. Gringotts working into the clear, but Autumn Glow's broken away. 11 out of 11. Perfection, absolutely flawless. Autumn Glow beats Gringotts, and third Pericles, followed by Lady Shenandoah. Further back to Bivark, then came Headley Grange. Next in was Evaporate from Linebacker in Cap Yorkshire.
Way too good.
Last in. What a chap she is, Autumn Glow. On the big day in Sydney racing, winning the Group 1 George Ryder Stake.
8-1, I think.
101 a place. Gringotts running second, 225, and Pericles, $2.35. She's beaten a quality field, a field of Group 1 winners, and she has beaten them up in the time of 129.16, 34.84. She's got no shame. I'd say that's her greatest win today. A field of talent, and she has treated them with contempt. The margin will be up soon. Wow. 129.16 the time.
8-1-2-9.
James McDonald.
8-1-2-9. Eight one two nine. That was fantastic. That horse is, I mean, brilliant. Okay, so we are here with the golden slippers. 17, 18, 19, 20 all scratched. 14, 12, 2 and 3. So they're not in a form. And with the 2-year-old, it's all about form. So they're not in a form. Doesn't make any sense how good it looks, but they're not in a form. So There's no point getting into all those things, but I think so. About the 2-year-old, it is basically, who is in form. That's all. So that's also matches. The closest one that I can find is here, which is probably not in a shape. So that's a match. Here it was a match on this 87. It doesn't match here, but where it matches, they are kind of not in a shape. So this one is like from gate number 18, 1200 meters. This is the second one, which they have taken in 24. This is also right, 62. This is gate number 18, difficult. Even with the match, 230. How will you stop that? I think it's probably a check. It's a very strong horse. We'll see how that works. Probably a place, maybe. 14 probably is in the right. That's the best form. Okay, everything is happening with the form. There's nothing else. If you look at what has been happening so far, it is all the form. So that is where everything is happening. Here it went outside. It was supposed to go wrong anyway. Fourteen probably. Yes. Generally, 2-year-olds are all about form line. These are not, but still they are getting through. Why? Because the others are not in any form. The others are not in any form. It's like anybody with an advantage. So the one went through. Let's see how that works. I was out of this one. 4, 5, 2. That was the thing is, it's a group 1, all right? Ideally, the race should be here, within the green line. Ideally, it should be here. The problem is, the one which actually is capable of doing it comes from gate number 18 on a 1200 meter. This means this thing is going to get raved like nobody's business. And like here, what we spoke about 8 is if this thing gets raved, it'll not win. It'll be a slowly run race for her. J-Mac did the right thing. He did not rave it. He was last. And then after the 400 meter, he pressed the button and it delivered. So that was the condition with this horse. You cannot rave this horse, okay? With 14, the point is this, that the 14 is not supposed to win. If it's a group 1, it is supposed to be here on the green line. All right? If it is group 1, then it is like here. It is not with the challenges. But with the group 1, problem is this, that they are not in form. So, I mean, even if you like 2, let's say, that's the first and the second linear, they're coming from gate number 17. If you look at the match, that probably is not better than this, okay? The match is not better than this. What might happen is this, that this thing will go upside down. That's one of the things that might happen. The other thing that may happen is, the numbers will talk. That the form line. Generally, the 2-year-old races, if you have seen the 2-year-old, I can pull up the 2-year-old races. For this, let's say Rosehill, the other day we did a 2-year-old. Where is that 2-year-old? This is the 2-year-old. Okay. This is the 2-year-old. 5 was the favorite. 5 did not win. If you look at the results for 14th March, I'll pull up the result for 14th March. Race number 4. 245. Okay. Race number 4 was 245. So you see, 2-year-old is about that. We spoke about that also when it was racing, that I was on 2. 5 was not the thing, and 4 got through with the match. But the thing is that you have to have about the 2-year-old, it is always the form line. That's generally how it plays. Okay. If you remember this race, we did this, and that was 2. I also showed my concern that, the jockey is miscalibrated, but that's a 2-year-old. That is how it should work. So point is this, that this is a 2-year-old. The contradiction is this is a group 1. That was not a group 1, but this is a group 1. So ideally they should not be winning, but it is a 2-year-old. So those are the things. John 1815. J-Mac. Not bad. They don't have the form line. I mean, there's no point. I guess talking about it. You're putting a load on this without the form line. This one went through that load. Okay, why? Because of the form line. There is no problem. Here it is a load, but there is no form line. What kind of an expectation do I have from that? I don't know. But that's how it generally plays. The 2-year-olds are like that. What was that, the war woven race? I don't remember that. If you could just what exactly is war woven? Is that a horse? Check the 14th March results for Rosehill, I think.
But she's fit on the backup.
Yeah, she still had that sass about her, which she had last start, and I kind of wanted to see that. I wanted to see that brightness in her, and she's got it there.
It's the only race of the year where they open the mounting yard for everyone, and the gates have just flown open as thunder rolls around Rosehill Racecourse as barely a spit over the top of us as these 2-year-olds go to the barriers. Who have you got on top, Corey Brown?
I got Streisand. She just paraded really, really well. A couple of them got really jazzed up. Obviously, it's a big crowd here, so a couple of them fizzed up, but she just handled the parade super. She gets a perfect run from that grade. There's good tempo. She's a sort of mid to forward horse, so she should get a perfect run from that gate.
Okay, let's go over to Chantel now and get your pick of the yard.
I thought the fillies paraded beautifully. I thought they handled themselves a lot better than the colts. The colts were getting themselves really worked up, which I did not like. With Streisand, first time I've laid eyes on her, but she just ticked all the right boxes and she looked a clear standout. So I'm going to go with Streisand along with Corey.
So runners starting to gather in proximity of the starting gates. Runners approaching the starting gates now for the big one today, the $5 million Tab Golden Slipper, over 1,200 metres. One of the more open editions on the betting boards, and the 2-year-olds, 16 of them, are approaching the starting gates. Been very lucky to avoid the heavy rain today. Hedrick's about to start the loading process. Waiting on the first of them to move in. With the light rain falling now, leading up to the running of the 2026 Tab Golden Slipper. $5 million in prize money. And James McDonald looking to make a clean sweep of the Group 1s. Avoid Fireball, a $12 chance. And blinkers go on Fireball today for the first time. A double up with James Harron's colours, a Fireball with a green cap. Incognito being handled by Tommy Berry has a yellow. And a double up of the Richmond stud colours with Warwoven and Paradoxian. Warwoven, who has blinkers on today, has the blue cap, and Paradoxian drawn very wide out, the yellow cap. So they're moving in now. Spicy Miss moving forward. Spicy Miss goes into line. Cheyenne is the $6 favourite. The Blue Diamond winning filly. Streisand has been loaded up into the barrier, so up goes Streisand. And Cheyenne about to move in with Zambales. With the light rain falling, but we've been very lucky here today so far. Some very serious thunderstorms further west, producing hail, but we've dodged that here. Zambales moves up, Stratton Ruler goes forward. Chad Schofield aboard in the lime green, and Warwoven, a big winner. Last week in the Pago, he missed the Magic Millions, as did Paradoxium, so they're both fit and well, ready to go here in the slipper. Bjorn Baker doubly handed it. Grutzvilla prepares Music Time. It was a Dow winner of the Black Opal in Canberra. And Guest House moving in. Zach Lloyd has the honours. Closer to free. Danny O'Brien's first trip to Sydney for a slipper in quite a while. Closer to free. It was Brave and the Blue Diamond news in a Paradox and drawn wide out. Guest House getting set. And Pembrey drawn the outside gate. Here's the last to move in. High speed filly from Queensland, Pembrey. And Tim Clark has the honours. He loves the front runner, Tim. So the Queensland fillies in, the light is on and we're ready to go. The 2026 Golden Slipper being run in light rain. Stand by. We're ready to go. The crowd ready to give them a big roar, and off they jump down the slipper, and Paradox in jump brilliantly wide out. Searching for the lead, closer to free, goes out with it, and Streisand's right there as well. They're followed by Spicy Miss, pushing through inside Music Time, and Pembrey couldn't get across. Pace is very strong in the early part. Fireball Parks behind, Ball Woven 3 wide from Stratton Ruler, followed by Guest House, Cheyenne the outer. Hedrick's lost a length at that point, followed by Zambales, and back towards the rear of the field is Campion d'Italia, and up ahead of that is Chic as they travel to the turn, closer to free, really pushing on the outside of Streisand and Paradox in deeper out. Then came Spicy Miss, Music Time, Pembrey, and War Woven as they straighten up, and the front runner now is closer to free, coming off the fence, going up the inside of Streisand from Paradox in Music Time, Spicy Miss. Guest House is running on behind them, just needs some clear running, going up the inside, Streisand, Music Time. Guest House bursting up the inside. Guest House moves up from Music Time. Streisand. Guest House won the slipper. Guest House beats Streisand.
312.
Music Time. Then came Stratton Ruler from Fireball the inner. Hedrick, Spicy Miss. Further back to War Woven from Zambale, Cheyenne, Pembrey, Paradoxium from Incognito. Then closer to free and Shaky. Guest House, Zach Lloyd winning the big one, the Golden Slipper, taking the run up the inside. You could spot him at about the 150. Guest House was ducking and weaving. Lloyd just needed a run. He found it, and the Home Affairs Colt did the rest. Lloyd high on the iron, celebrating this big moment. The young gun, Zach Lloyd, enjoying his moment. That's a riding treble today.
328, I think.
Guest House trained by
312.8.
Mick Price and Mick Kent Jr. Outstanding performance. Coming to the home turn, he was a long way off them. He would have been back around 9th or 10th, and he had a wall of horses in front. And then Zach has spotted right. I need to go towards the inside, get inside Streisand. Things got tight between Guest House and Fireball at that point. But the Home Affairs Colt picked up, surged through, and has won the slipper. Paying 11.95 a win, 3.40 a place. Streisand 2.65. Third goes to number 8. Number 8 in third position, being Music Time. Big moment for Grutzvilla, running third in the slipper. Music Time in third position, putting number 9 in fourth. Being Campion d'Italia, making good ground down the outside. A length and a half by half the margins. The time is 1:10.53. 35.91.
312.89. So basically, these are hopeless situations. I mean, so the contradiction and the game. Okay. So the game and the contradiction is this, that a group 1 should be here within the green line. Okay, they were not in the green line. They cannot, they ideally should not win. But then it's a 2-year-old. That's the form line. So it played the group 1 and the 3 won. And now why it won, that is something that we will figure out. But basically it is a linear. That is the linear that won. Here this one was the linear that won. Anyway, so bottom line is this, that the the fine prints, they make a lot of difference. Like for every race they will say two things at the same time. One, it is a group 1, then it is a 2-year-old, and then it is a set weight. Okay, so now you have to, so it's not only the horses that you're choosing, all right, you're also choosing a race. So you want to decide whether the performance is going to win, the class is going to win, what is going to win. But generally group 1 is here on the green line. The 14 had the best form. That is because of the 2-year-olds. So a group 1, you have to take a call whether it is going to play group 1 or is it going to play a 2-year-old. I was out on this one also, by the way. We'll go to the next. (15, 16, 17, 18 all scratched. 14, 1, 4 and 10. Group 1. Now here is the problem, okay? So group 1 should play here within these horses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 up till here. They should not be winning, ideally. Why? It is a group 1. Now the problem. The problem is, if we take these horses, we talk about these horses, they're not in a form. The form is here. This is a 4. Okay. That goes out. So now we are left here. This one and this one cannot be the same. All right. If this is with 4 and this is with 4 also, that is a bad idea. That one probably again a third place. Ideally, if it actually does the racing, then 5 should win. Okay, that's huge. 14 doesn't stand a chance in terms of what 5 is. But it doesn't have the same form line as 14. Now the thing is, it should be ideally here, okay? This one goes out. Why? Because this is a 4 and this is a 4. If this is through quad and this is a fall, then this one is out on the same pressure line, on the same load, right? This cannot be a horse which has been demoted carrying the same load as a horse which has been promoted. So that's the logic. This horse has been promoted, this horse has been demoted. So it cannot have the same load. Five. That is here 6. That is here 9. Is on load 17. Who is this on 3? J-Mac. This probably, the 1 is again going to be probably a 3rd position. Here also it is a 3rd. All right. That low, I mean, the load is there, but there is no form line. So that probably is a 3rd. The 1. The first has to be a pressure line. It's an 1100 meter. That and that both are of the same pressure line. All right. This is 101. This is also 101. The difference is it's a better match. This is not. This has a little form line. This doesn't have as good as this one. But this is the class and this is not the class. So group 1, like here, it is here. So ideally it is up till here. Now this is gate number 17, which is coming with the same pressure line as this one, which is coming from gate number 3, but this is J-Mac riding. This is a 64. So where is the drop? There is a drop. The drop cannot be this or this, which is a better match, which is a neutral. So this is drop. This will drop here. 0, 6, 9, 10. 6, 3. And then it is here. They also scare me a lot, these drifts. I don't know. The 7-year-old gelding from gate number 9. This thing did not work. Okay, I thought it'll come in. It did not. So the 8 went through and then came in the 1 here. That went through that 4. This was a drop, did not do that. So that was 4. Here, this probably is the 3rd. This may win. But where will it drop is the question. Is it here? No, then it is here, 12. No, we'll see if the 5 gets through. 1 probably is the 3rd position. I don't know if that 7-year-old will be good enough. 1 PC. Boom. Is it 1? 1. Boom PC.
Let's go to Enrich, Craig Williams and Michael Freeman. Tyrone liked his improvement last start. I don't mind him back to 1100 and should run well at good odds.
Just a big, gross individual. Every time you see him, he doesn't look like he's trimmed up, but he would have taken plenty of benefit from his first to his second run, and again now into his third run. So he's definitely at his top, whilst he still, as I said, looks big. That's just him.
Infancy, Alicia Pollock, Chris Lees.
Yeah, very capable on a day, but it might be just a bit tough for a first up here.
And she's a horse that comes to hand quite quickly. She's only a finer type, doesn't carry a lot. She's probably a little bit outclassed, though.
And Grafter Burners. Good money coming for Grafter Burners. Number 14, Zach Lloyd. Can he do it again? Off the high of the Golden Slipper. He can round out the day with a Galaxy and a Group 1 double. Kelly Sweet of the trainer.
Yeah, look, he's had 10 weeks off, one soft trial. That's the only doubt, but he's a beautiful 3-year-old. He's untouchable last preparation, and he'll be hard to beat. Getting very grumpy here. Mizzou, they can't get him on the track. Hello, he's decided to go for after about 5 minutes of that.
He really had a beanie spotted. I've not seen him be that resilient, actually. We'll see what he does out on the track. But back to Grafter Burners, what an impressive individual. He did get himself quite worked up and jazzed up once Zach jumped aboard. But it's game on for him. The minute he counted off, he's doing a beautiful prelude. He's quite strong, actually, cantering round to the gate. So an impressive 3-year-old. And if he runs up to his logs, so he might be run for his money.
Okay, Kelly Sweeter, Grafter Burners. You've got a jockey on a high, having just won the slip.
What happened to him?
What about this track? The way it is out there. Grafter Burners handler?
Right, but you know, we can't talk about where that, but we're here. You know, it's a proper Group 1, I think. Nowhere to hide in these sort of races, but you know, he's a nice horse.
And you feel like you've given him enough to get here today, missing those important trials.
Yeah, well, you really don't know until you get here. You know, he had a course from a gala. Would have preferred a trial, but we didn't get it. So he did a bit of work. I thought I was going to trial him through zone. I thought it might have been just too much for him, but get a float through the He's not the normal sort of cold. He's takes 3 or 4 runs to come good. He's a good fresh horse. 1100 metres. I suppose I'll find out soon.
Good luck, Kel.
Thanks, mate.
Kelly Sweeter. Two-time
He looks like somebody whooped his rear, bro. It looks like he got whooped.
He's riding really good. We've seen that today. He's already had a treble. So yeah, there's no doubt that he's going to be at the top of his game here. But one with number 1, Briasa, I've always been a big fan. I just love the way that he's come back. He's been really sharp in his trials. He's shown good toe. Not sure where he's going to get to, Tyler, from that tricky draw, but it's been favouring horses coming down the middle of the track. I know the slipper winner just come through, a few off the fence, but it's sort of favouring horses back and out around him. So hopefully he can get back to follow. But I just love, again, his trials, his turn of foot. I think he's going great.
Okay, Chantel Buckley, who looks best?
Jumping on with Corey here, Briasa, horse that I've tipped many times from the yard. He just always looks so impressive. He looks fit, forward, ready to go here, especially sharp.
Favourite at $3.80. Now a bit of support coming in for Briasa, and good support as well. $4.40. Resuming today the grey Briasa for regular rider Tyler Schiller. Million in prize money for the Galaxy, about to load up. Briasa into 460 now and hedged at $9. Waiting on the first of them to move in for the second last today and the last of our 5 Group 1s. James McDonald on Generosity and Zach Lloyd on the favourite Grafter Burners. In the orange jacket, barrier blanket on Reserve Bank. Mick Price and Mick Kent Jr. So the stable looking for a quick double after the enormous win of Guest House, overcoming a checkered passage to not only win the slipper but win it dominantly. As they start to move in, the Black Cloud starts the loading process with last year's Golden Slipper winner Bahuna moving in. Up they come. The big field of 14 are getting set. Reserve Bank and Enrich taking up their positions, and Hedged in the colours of Guest House. Hedged is going forward, well in the market as well. Hedged, third pick in the betting at $9, so it moves in. And Ostraka and Infancy next in line. Well, the day's been about James McDonald on his record-breaking day. But Zach Lloyd's going all right. He's just won the Golden Slipper, and he's shooting for 4 winners on the program aboard the Queensland Colt Grafter Burners. It'll stand out under these gloomy conditions in the orange silks. And that's the horse moving into line. 4-4 in the previous preparation. A well-supported favourite first up today in Sydney. Now in flight, 1-2 in the proven thoroughbred colours moving in. Just note the other, the Black Cloud as the white cap. Briasa dancing around behind the barriers. Plenty of late support for Briasa. He's a quality horse. He's won 8 of his 14. He's won both his trials in slashing fashion. And he's tightened up to 440 with regular rider Tyler Schiller in the saddle. Jedabeel about to move in. Marzu, he was very keen to get into the yard. He was in there for quite some time. And then when it was time to leave, boy, he took some coaxing. It took 3 of the ponies to get him out onto the track. He loves the wet tracks, so we're back into the soft 6 range, which is ideal for Marzu. Jedabeel goes in with the barrier blanket on, and Generosity, who broke through for her first Sydney win in the Chelling Stakes recently. Generosity is the last to go in the hands of James McDonald. So both McDonald and Lloyd are shooting for 4 winners now. So the rain falling, gloomy conditions. Now Reserve Bank, the rider, has jumped out the back Damien Lane, so we'll just see what's happened here. Reserve Bank drawn towards the inside is being unloaded from the gates, saddle cloth number 5. Yeah, Damien Lane just behind, so it looks as though it reared up there in the gates. It's buzzing up a bit now, so they'll trot Reserve Bank and just do a vet's examination to make sure what's happened there, or if everything is okay. $4 about Grafter Burners, and $4.20 now Briasa. Briasa's really pushing for favouritism. So an assessment taking place on Reserve Bank behind the starting gates. Looks as though it was fractious in the gates, Reserve Bank. And the stewards are just getting a report through from behind the barriers, but Reserve Bank is now walking away from the scene. They're leading it away. 5:19, a scratching time. Reserve Bank is out. Reserve Bank is out. The lights on. Stand by for a jump in the galaxy. Oh, now there's another incident. It's the favourite Grafter Burners. Zach Lloyd has been tossed over the back, and yeah, the horse got himself in a real state there, Grafter Burners, and has half flipped his way back out behind the gates. So a real sensation here. Now, Grafter Burners has been able to unfree himself and release himself from that awkward situation initially. And it looks as though Zach Lloyd has walked over beside the gates. Just can't quite see Zach. He might be just down on the ground at the moment, Zach. So it'll be out. Okay, the stewards have already withdrawn this. Grafter Burners. Grafter Burners, an additional late scratching. Now Marzu's been unloaded from the gate. Now he was really cranky in the yard. He was in a mood. It took a long time to get him out onto the track, and now Marzu's being trotted up. My goodness, it's all happening. Reserve Bank late scratching, Grafter Burners late scratching, and it's the favourite. So Briasa will run favourite now. So Briasa will be a substitute through the quaddie. I'm just surveying the situation here. Marzu's out of the gates. Not sure if they're planning to unload any others. But now Afterburners is out of the market, so yeah, Zachloyd's being attended to. He's just on his back at the moment, being attended to. Afterburners really did go right up in the air and flip back, and Zach was tossed out the back, and he immediately ran from the scene, but he's just being assessed now at the side of the gates. So the stewards have withdrawn this Afterburners along with Reserve Bank. So when we do get going, we'll be down to a dozen runners. So they're still assessing Zach Lloyd there at the side of the gates, and Marzu still behind the barriers. And the two scratched horses are standing further back. So just waiting on the final verdict here, whether they're going to jump now. Marzu still hanging further back. No other. Well, Zaki's sitting up now behind the gates, but he is set up. He'd be very disappointed. He's missed a chance to have his moment out. Well, he certainly had a big day, Zach. He's won the Golden Slipper on Guest House. And it took a bit of a ride to achieve that. It was looking a little bit hairy at the 150, where the Guest House would get the run, but he pushed his way back to the inside and burst up the rails to win the slipper dominantly on Guest House in the wash-up. Afterburners was looking to provide him with 4 winners today. Queensland Colt, but that will wait for another day for the connections there. So we're still waiting on Marzu to reload in. Marzu, where are you? Okay, he's proving obstreperous there behind the gates. Marzu. Now they've tricked him to trotting forward. A few of the strappers are running along as well, just to try and coax him into the gates. They've got the gate open. Marzu goes in. Righto, stand by. Starter will be keen to let them go before something else goes wrong. Stand by. Off now in the Galaxy. Away they go. Rich was last out, and a striker jump well together with Bridal Watch moving up. Mahuna's right there together with Marzu. And they're followed by the Black Cloud on the inside of Hedge. Briasa's got work to do out wide. Followed by In Flight. Then came in Rich from Infancy. Generosity. 2 lengths last of all is Jedabeel. Going on with the job. Marzu gets down to the rails to lead. From last year's slipper winner, Mahuna parked the outside. Hedge just pushing through on the rails, going to third on the inside of a striker. Bridal Waltz is the one out 3 wide. Briasa's on its back. Followed by In Flight, the Black Cloud defence. Then came Generosity from Infancy and Richton Jedabeel. Marzu swings the corner in front by 2. On Hedge to Mahuna. Bridal Waltz wider out. The striker's going back towards the inside with the Black Cloud. Briasa's on the outside. He's starting to put in. It's Marzu under siege from Hedge. Then Mahuna. Bridal Waltz. Briasa's in for it out wide, and Generosity's very late. Briasa wide out. Marzu's fighting. Mahuna. Jedabeel wide to look. Mahuna, I think's won it. I think Mahuna. Jedabeel storms through the middle. Marzu there. Briasa wide out, and Generosity. What a finish to the Galaxy. Hedge has only been beaten a neck. Then Bridal Waltz followed by the Black Cloud. Further back to a striker from Enriched In Flight. And that's just about the end of the section. Jedabeel with them.
What an
Just on the phone.
I think last year's slipper winner has won the Galaxy. Mahuna stretched across the track. Marzu Hedge. Mahuna, Jedabeel, Briasa, Generosity. Mahuna's head goes down. She's won it. Last year's slipper winner has won the Galaxy. Mahuna is first. Second will be Jedabeel. Third will be either Marzu or Briasa. And then Generosity. Karen McAvoy, what a comeback. And Michael Friedman.
Check the numbers. 8-6, I think. It'll take time to update, but that's what happened. The 5 got scratched, the 14 got scratched, 8 went through. One, 2, 15 and 17 all scratched. Ten, 4, 3, 6. Group 3. Group 3 is supposed to be here only. Let's see. Still haven't updated. So a group 3, like a group 1 is supposed to be here, which did not happen. What happened is that 8 went through. Okay. It is supposed to be here, all right? That just did not happen. 8, 6, 2 and 1. 8, 6, 2 and 1. 8, 6, 2 and 1. So the 8 won. Then 6, 2 and 1. Okay, this is where it was. The last race. That was a chaos. Now 8 was the high pressure. The other high pressures went off. So that is something that has happened. So 8, there was not a match, but that's what played. 8, 6. Come down here. 2 and 1. So the 5 got scratched. So 8, 6, 2, and then was the 1, which was the highest. This is the third or the fourth position. Anyway, that happened. So that is how the group 1 generally plays. But then it backfired here on this high pressure horse, which was there, a 3-year-old filly. Now here, it is supposed to be here, okay? This is supposed to be here. A group 3 is about challenges. So that's what the numbers are. But I mean, it's about form line. Then there's practically there's nothing that we can pinpoint apart from the. I mean, we can talk about this one, but it comes from gate number 18. There is no point talking about it. This one is not a great match. Then we have these guys up here who are like either the third or the fourth because they are not supposed to be here anyways. That's how it looks like. I am not going to get into this. I've had my day. It was not good, and I'm going to step out of this one probably. Not my kind of thing that has happened today. I lost. That's bottom line. I lost, and I lost badly. So I'm not going to get into it. But generally, that's how it should work. Okay, this is supposed to be here. That's the right odd. The match is not the best. There are others who are with a better match, and I'm kind of, after I generally lose track after so many losses. I kind of have very blurry vision. So anyway, having said that, 10 we can see is the best in form line. That is the linear. What it says about the match is not right. That's also fact. But that is the heaviest horse. It's a very heavy horse. Okay. The form line is good. Heavy horse. Linear. And then they also are talking about this, which is up here. That is also not a good match. That is also not a good match. But that's the EW anyway. The others who are here, this guy is very strong. I don't know why it is like that. It is the 9 is good. Okay, look at that match. A fantastic match. And on top of that, this one, The 16 is at 100, whooping 186 here. And look at the match line. It doesn't, I mean, if you have seen what this horse is, okay? So if you've seen what this horse is, this is 113, that's the form line, and that's what it is. It won like a breeze, okay? That was the heaviest horse. Now coming here, if you look at that 16, that's at 186, that's the match, but it is not in a form line, okay? That's not in a form line. So there's nothing to talk about those horses when they're not in a form line. It becomes looking for a needle in a haystack. This thing has the form line. It's not the best match. Whether it'll win, I mean, there are two things to it. Firstly, the odds are right. Why the odds are right? It's because it is supposed to be here, right? It is supposed to be here. That's the best form. That is the best form. So group 3 is about the best challenging horses. If the top class horses are getting into the group 3, they're basically trying to regain their positions and back in the game. For some reason, they have lost the thing. Now, that's one way of looking at it. The second way is this, that this is going to be, again, all mares. So the equations can change. I'm going to be out. For me, it's a pass. Arrow 4 Rosehill. Right. Hope you get back even, bro. Yeah, some days are just bad days. You can't help it. For me, today was a bad day. I hoped that it'll be a good day, but my decisions went wrong today, Jimmy. My decisions went wrong today. And that's exactly what we discuss here. That, it's your decision. At the end of the day, it's a proposal, and how you decide on that is going to reflect. So my decisions were all wrong today. I mean, especially on. I mean, I was too scared to go with Eliana. But that was the right match. This was the right match. Should have gotten it. But my decisions went wrong, and I did not act on it. So that is something that I can't blame anybody. It is I can see what's going on, and I'm making a bad decision. That is just bad decision. Things went wrong, bro. Arman, 10 is a big rat. Yeah, true, but I mean, let's see how that ends. Basically, to be ideally, the reason why they put so many horses in this in a race is because for you and I to get confused, right? So this basically, they have given you a business proposal that you put money on 10. You may win, but there are conditions. On one side, they are calling it a group 3. On the other side, they're calling it a quality. Now, if it is a group 3, then it is here. Okay? If it is a group 3, then it is here. If they're talking quality. Now that's what is the priority, the group 3 or the quality? If they're talking quality, then the arithmetic changes. Then it is not here. Then it is not here. Then it is 3. If it is about quality. But that's the thing. They will always give you multiple choice. They will always give you multiple choice. Yeah, I mean, Jimmy, the point is this, that it's important to lose, it's important to win. If you do not lose, you do not learn. If you keep winning, then you think that you're God. But the point is this, that everything happens for a reason. Today I was not able to identify the reasons, though it was in front of me, but my decisions went wrong. And I just think that I should retire for the day. I've had enough today. If my wife gets to know, then she'll throw me out of the house. And it's okay. I mean, Adam, and the thing is, we race every day. At the end of the day, we race every day. I mean, twice a week, not every day, twice a week. And there are good days, bad days. You can't do things. Not every day is going to be a good day. That is brilliant, Aruman. That is brilliant. So I was, this is something that I wanted to speak to you about, Aruman. So the other day, I kind of gotten into a very, very long conversation with a gentleman with a company which is into AI. So now the thing is, you are into AI. Let's talk sometime. There are things that might help you to understand the factor of the AI. Exactly. I mean, you need to keep learning from your own mistakes. That's all. You need to keep learning from your own mistakes. Everything is there for a reason. You need to identify the reason. If you think it is all about performance, it is not. Advantage plays a major role. And that's what it is, I think. Okay, we're there. PC, thank you so much for doing that, my friend. Boom. PC, with PC, the thing is, PC and I have shared a long time here. PC has been there for, I don't know, maybe about last 3 years, PC has been here. This channel is like his wife. This is what my understanding is. He cannot live with it. He cannot live without it. PC is the biggest critic and PC is the biggest supporter of this channel. PC goes nuts when PC goes nuts at times, but PC is also the biggest supporter. PC has been helping. Without PC, things would have been very difficult. But thank you. Stay blessed, my friend. Without PC, it would have been very difficult. Getting the servers, everything in place, that would have been very difficult. But at the end of the day, what matters is, we have a place, we have a community where we talk twice a week, we discuss something that we all love and trying to figure out how to solve the puzzles. So if you like solving puzzles, please subscribe to this channel. And we race twice a week, so please be here and we can solve the puzzles together and see what's going on. Bring in your thoughts. Yeah, PC has very, very big influence on a lot of people. I mean, we've had major, me and PC, we've had major disagreements, but at the end of the day, we're together. We've always been like this. That's the fun part of it, I guess. Gate brings in all his friends. Gate is like bringing in friends from everywhere. Sun, Moon, Jupiter, Mars, everywhere. It's very kind of you, Gate, for doing that. It means a lot. It means a lot, Gate.
What you see is working again. She'll jump and cheeky little race at odds here and more territories. Gets an opportunity with the goal booking. I'm for 10, 12, and 16. I think there's queries about the favourite as well. She's been heavily back to the week. $3 even short as 195 this morning. We're leaving the chance to push it back out. We are keen to lay this last favourite. 235 tap.com and you might need to do better than that. The beaten form. Look, Fazada's not always happy to lay hard luck story from last start. She had a bludgeon running behind. She was entitled to hit the line well. Is that form strong enough? Beaten a bit disappointing. Here, the motive was probably poor. And throw in a few concerns around her on a softish track as well. I know she's won over it, but previously she has struggled a little bit at the 1200. So look, we're keen to lay this last favourite. $2.40 now tapped on probably. That's on a 235 NOP. So she'll just continue to drift. Keen to take on the last favourite. Catch the Glory is your second pick. Had been easy all week. $4.60 all the way out to $9.50. She trims back into $7.50. So there is some money for her late. There's a little bit of late money for Ronnie's on top selection, Monty Supreme, out to a high of 10, back into 8.50. There's money for
Gate is very kind.
within the law. Very good money for this first up.
Gate is very kind.
$15 we laid on, say,
We haven't seen Grandma for a very long time, but I think Grandma is also very important, very kind. She's been supporting. I mean, I can't believe she's like actually the age of my grandma. She's like about 80, 85 or something on those lines. She's not been well for a while. I know that, but she's also been there.
NOP's just come to join us there at that point. We might see if we can do a little bit better than that 240. Just as these last few runners loading the gates, it's even money on the world pool. So the 240 tapped up probably, that's still a premium.
That's brilliant, Gate. That is brilliant. I haven't seen Grandma horse racing for a very long time. I don't know how she, but
This is the birthday card, Darren Bill. Last two. Just about ready to run for the last and golden slipper day. There's the light. Stand by for a break. Starter about to release the field. Set. Go. Racing in the last. Good line out. Monty Supreme last out though. Incarina's jumped all right. There's plenty of pressure here arriving home. Spring Lee, Cosmonova out wide and Asgard is handy. Then Coco Jambu and the favourites pretty well positioned in Carina. Staying one off the fence and slicing through into a more forward roll. Then came Lady Extreme, more territory the other. Two further back to Terrace down the outside of Catch the Glory. Then came within the law. From Bimbo, Monty Supreme and Wee is back last of all. Spring Lee head from under racing to the turn by length on Cosmonova. Then came arriving home inside Asgard. Coco Jambu, 3 wide on the outside of the favourite in Carina. Then came more territories, Lady Extreme hugging the fence. End of the straight and Spring Lee's going well in the lead. Opens up by 3 lengths on Cosmonova, then arriving home. Incarina goes back to the inside, 4 off the lead, 250 to go. And Spring Lee giving a good side, but Incarina starting to close in. Monty Supreme's closing in on the inside and Catch the Glory. Spring Lee in front, Incarina off heels and Catch the Glory wide out. Spring Lee, Catch the Glory, Incarina, they hit. Catch the Glory.
3:10, 13.
Ahead to Incarina, Spring Lee third. Then Lady Extreme from within the law running on it. Monty Supreme will got its chance, followed by Roving Home and Terra Star. Wee.
3:10, 13, I think. 3. So if it is quality, then it is 3. Then it is here. And 13. Where is 13? This one. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races today here at Rosehill. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will do a little chit chat, try to have some fun and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream. Thank you so much for being there from anywhere in the world. It means a lot. And if you are going to be watching it as a replay, if you're watching it as a replay, thank you for that also. That means a lot as well. And Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Stretch, Jimmy, my friend, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dowes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, my friend, thank you so much for being there.